Understand, today, whole evening you will be doing this process of completion. A very powerful process. I'll give you the exact instruction how to do. Now, before getting into the completion, we will finish one more process you need to do. Completing with your feelings. Please listen. Yesterday, completing with the words, that is integrity. Completing with your thinking is authenticity. Completing with your feeling is responsibility. Listen, I am giving you an example. How the feeling and responsibility is connected. Listen. Sometime you are watching the TV, breaking news, bomb blast, 150 people dead. Immediately you get up and sit. And the next line, in Iran or Iraq. Okay. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. Means, the moment it is in some other country, what you do? Means, you feel responsible only for you, what you think as yours. Clear? Only for what you think as yours, you feel responsible. Understand? Expanding that feeling and making you understand you are responsible for everything. Completes all your incompletions in the feeling level. Listen. One more example. Listen. An old man goes to next village for some work. He is coming back to his hometown, that home village, not hometown, home village, native village. From the distance he sees his house is on fire. That's all, he is rolling on the ground and crying. How a villagers cry, you know. Typical village crying. He is rolling on the ground and crying. His first son rushes towards him and says, Dad, don't worry. Don't you remember, just day before yesterday we sold that house. It's not ours anymore. That's it. All his sadness, crying, tears, everything disappeared. And he wiped the eyes and now full of smile. Yes. Now I remember we sold it away. 2 minutes. Is all the sadness disappeared. In 3 minutes, the next son comes and says, Yes, Dad, we sold it, but we have not got the money. Because we have not got the money, it is still ours only. That's it. Again this fellow started rolling and crying. Now you can see this in your life. When you think you are not responsible, you don't care. We don't bother. Listen. We are all always afraid of responsibility because the moment we think responsibility, oh, so much work. I am already loaded. Too much is in my plate. How many of you sing all these words like a japa every day? Too much is in my plate. I am already loaded. I cannot take anything more. I cannot take up anything more. I am done. These are all like mantra every day we chant. Understand, it is because we have a wrong understanding about responsibility. You forget responsibility is more power. It is more power, not just more work. Listen. One of the important truth you need to know, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not, there are some eternal laws, eternal truths. Whether you like it or not, want it or not, you are the source of everything. Please listen. You may, how much ever you try to forget, no, I am not the source. Truth remains as truth. There is some story. Understand? Same way, how much ever you try to forget, you may try your best to forget. No, I am not responsible. My wife is responsible for everything. My son is responsible. My father is responsible for all the suffering I have. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, believe it or not, the truth is you are the source of what you are having, good or bad. Responsibility means living and responding to life from the truth and understanding that you are the source of everything, therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you. Listen, I am repeating. Whether you want or not, like it or not, believe it or not, there are some truths exist. Whether Pope turns atheist or communist turns theist, God exists is the truth. Nothing can be done about it, how much ever you deny. The independent intelligence which runs the cosmos exists. Same way, there are some eternal laws which no one can change. We can all start shouting, I went outside the hotel and looked all the side. Himalayas is not there in the Haridwar because I am not able to see. We can all shout. Is our shouting going to take away the Himalayas? It will continue to be there in the Haridwar. Haridwar means entrance to God. Himalayas is the embodiment of Hari, God. Haridwar means entrance to God. So just because we all scream, the Haridwar is not going to be taken away from Haridwar. Himalayas are not going to be taken away from Haridwar. What is this? I went to the roof of the hotel and looked around. I didn't find Ganga. It's a lie. Ganga goes around in Haridwar. We can scream. Is our screaming anyway going to stop Ganga or affect the Haridwar? Affect the Himalayas? Same way, whether we believe or not, there are some eternal laws, laws of life. Whether you want it or not, like it or not, the truth is you are the source of everything. In Vedanta, we have a beautiful word, Drishti Srishti and Srishti Drishti. You think you see what is, but the truth is you create what is. You create what you want. You don't see what is, you create what you want. Listen. Responsibility means thinking, feeling, living, responding to life from this understanding. I am the source of everything. Therefore, I am responsible for everything happening inside me and outside me, in and around me. Cognizing this truth, living with this truth, cognizing this truth and living with this truth is responsibility. Listen. Immediately we think, how can I be responsible? I am going in the road in the right direction. Somebody comes and hits me. It is his mistake. How can I be responsible? How many of you have these kind of questions? Yes. You may not be responsible, but who is going to suffer? Tell me, who is going to suffer? Listen, you may not be reason, but you are only responsible. You may not be reason, you are only responsible. Listen, people who don't take responsibility even for their actions are animals. People who take responsibility for their actions are human. People who take responsibility for the actions for which they are not reasons, even for those things they take responsibility, they are leaders. Understand? Many times you may not be reason, but if you feel responsible only, you will come out of that situation. You will come out of that problem. How many of you are getting it? If you don't feel you are responsible, are you going to come out of that problem? Are you going to come out of the mess? Whether you are reason or not, who is actually suffering there? We. So be very clear. Life, whether you want it or not, believe it or not, like it or not, whether you take it as a good news or bad news, you are source of everything. Whenever you understand that, you cognize it and process, you feel powerful in the life. Whenever you feel you are not responsible, somebody else is responsible, you become powerless, that's all. Truth empowers you. Ignorance makes you powerless. How many of you want to live a powerful life? Then you should take up the truth in your life. The truth is, you are source of everything in and around you. So usually, responsibility means oh God, no. We think more work, more I have to think. But listen, when you start taking more responsibility, you get more power. The first thing comes to you is more power. I tell you, so much of attack has been done on me. The media terrorism, That's the word I use. Media terrorists have attacked me. Actually, I am not the reason for the attack done on me. It's complete false, lies. I am not the reason for the attack I went through. But I know I should take responsibility. Only then I will come out of this whole situation. I came out. Now nothing has stopped. No one can do anything. No one is able to do anything. See, all over the world, the mission we took up, we are doing it. When I took up the responsibility in my hand, in my heart, I experienced power. That power naturally gave me the clarity to do what needs to be done. And I am successful. So listen, from my experience I tell you, responsibility is power, not just work. I'll give you this as experience. Through this process of completion, I'll give you this as experience. We will do a small process to internalize this responsibility, the power of feeling. Identify the various conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the conflicts. Conflicts means it can be a health issue, or your issue with your spouse, or issue with your boss, or poverty, or issue with your son, issue in your other relationships, anything. Conflicts that exist in your life. Write down all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are responsible for, and all the aspects of each conflict you feel you are not responsible for. I am giving you the example. For example, you feel conflict with your husband or wife. Something you feel you are responsible, something you feel you are not responsible. Pen down what you think as you are responsible, for what all you think you are not responsible. Like that, each conflict. Poverty. You think, I think I spend little too much, that one I am responsible, but there are many things I am not responsible. Society is responsible. It cheats me, it doesn't give me money. My boss is responsible. He squeezes me, my blood out of me, and gives me only few $100s, which I blow it away in one shopping. Whatever you think you are responsible, pen down. You think you are not responsible, pen down. Few minutes, internalize. The second question we will do next. First, answer the first point.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्.
Responsibility, in simple terms, is the ability to respond to life spontaneously. Please understand, we don't respond to life spontaneously. We always need a cushion, buffer spring between us and life. As a child, you need fairy tales. As a young adult, you need fantasies. As a grown-up man, you need desires. These are acting as buffer springs, shock absorbers between you and reality, life. Meeting, responding, connecting with the life without this shock absorbers is responsibility. There are two ways in which you can do this. One is responding to life in a deep, welcoming and accepting way. The other is responding to life with resistance, reservations, judgments and attachment. Understand? These are the two ways you can respond to life. You can hit the reality. Either you can hit in a very smooth, friendly way, it's like a beautiful landing. Or you can land in a very strong way. Of course, strong landing sometimes takes away your very life. If you look deeply, you will realize that most often, 99% of the time, you respond to life with resistance, judgment, attachment. This happens because almost all the time you consider the source of whatever that is happening in your life as something external or outside of you. Whether it's a challenging or conflicting or an unpleasant situation, you always consider that the source of the situation lies outside of you. This is why you feel so powerless and helpless in most situations of your life. And almost always you blame the others to be responsible for the situation you are in. But what you need to understand is that whenever you are making the other responsible for your life, what you are actually doing is giving the control of your life to the other. You are making the other powerful by making him or her responsible for the whole situation. And the irony is that you keep wondering why you are so powerless and helpless. We often relate to responsibility as a burden, something which makes us do more work, puts us under undue pressure or stress. But please understand that responsibility is actually a great power. You need to understand one more truth. Putting the blame on others and responsibility on others creates violence, resistance. Putting the blame on you and responsibility on you creates guilt. Taking the responsibility but not putting the blame on anybody is power. That is what I call freedom. It liberates you from the clutches of your own helplessness and from another's power on you. It leaves you with the power to respond to the life with creativity, intelligence and spontaneity. In our lives, we claim responsibility for anything good that happens, but we don't take responsibility for anything bad that happens. We take up responsibility with discrimination. Only when you take responsibility will you take back the reins of your life from others. In Sanskrit, there is a beautiful book called Swarajya Siddhi, reclaiming your kingdom. The first step for reclaiming your kingdom and achieving what you want is taking responsibility. When you start living with the attitude, I am responsible, your whole life will change. If you sit and analyze each and every incident in your life, you will clearly see that you are the only one responsible for incidents in your life. Normally, we pass the responsibility to others and blame them for what has happened in our lives. Understand that those who really wish to blossom should feel directly or indirectly responsible for everything that happens around them and in the whole world. So, the most fundamental form of responsibility is taking responsibility for your own state of consciousness and the state in which you are living. Responsibility begins with you being established in total openness and acceptance of the view that you are the source of everything that is happening in your life, both inside and outside you. Though it may just seem to be a view, when you start living your life from this view, then you will have the power to respond intelligently to life. You experiencing being the source of all that happens in your life will make you powerful. Then your actions will be naturally aligned to your inner state of being powerful and intelligent. You will have the intelligence and power to alter situations in life wherever you can. You will stop blaming others and yourself for the situation. You will not experience any guilt or shame when life does not work the way you want it to. When seed is ready to take the responsibility of becoming tree, it grows, it transforms itself. When egg takes the responsibility of becoming a chicken or hen, it grows, expands and transforms itself. It is the decision to take the responsibility is breakthrough point. In any field, whether it is economical, corporate, social, or relationships, or spiritual, when you decide to take responsibility, the breakthrough happens. The opening happens. The possibility opens. The straight method to make all the accidents into possibilities is taking responsibility. When you can't take responsibility, even the air goes inside can become accident and stop your heart. It won't come out. If you are ready to take the responsibility, even the poison goes inside, can become part of you and make you a new being, immune to the poison. The system which is ready to take the responsibility. Just the other day I was seeing a beautiful documentary by BBC on Ganges. There is a description of a particular village on the banks of Ganges where thousands of poisonous snakes, cobras are just moving around. The belief of the villagers, I saw the documentary and literally I saw, visually it is being shown, hundreds of cobras here, there in the different houses. Kids are sitting and playing and the cobra is moving. And I saw one child standing and doing something. The cobra was moving just on his very feet. And the workers are working on the farm. The farmers, the cobra was just moving on them. Literally, it is not a trained cobra or the cobra without poison or the teeth removed, nothing. No, it is not trained cobra. Wild, village, free snakes. Just people are living with it. And they are living with people. And the funny thing, the record says, even I was not able to trust, but BBC says, so surely they have done enough research before putting this to the public. And they say that no individual has ever died because of snake bite. I was shocked. And they were showing some more clippings, like even the kids, when they are bitten by the snake accidentally, they take the child to a local temple Devi temple, the snake goddess temple, some puja is done, some meditation is done, miraculously those kids recover without any medical attention. You see, when the snake bites, when the poison is trying to spread all over the body, during those moments, if you have a strong biomemory of seeing somebody recovering from the poison bite, seeing somebody getting out of that poison, that biomemory can be the strong protection that can create the medical effect and can get you out of that poison. Even this is a great miracle and not an ordinary happening. So even this I can understand because I have seen this kind of happenings. But the happening I am describing is something far deeper, far more, far beyond this understanding. See what I am talking now, this understanding, you see somebody being bitten by snake and that person has recovered because of faith or spiritual power. Then if you are bitten by snake and if you are recovering, it's called placebo effect. In science, in the medical field, they call it placebo effect. So even placebo effect has some definition. But the scene which I saw, which was presented in the BBC documentary, Ganges. So the child, there is no possibility for the child to see somebody being bitten and brought to the temple and recovering. So there is no biomemory of somebody else getting healed already in that same situation, so that that biomemory can act as a medicine, act as a crisis management intelligence to recover from the snake bite. Then how the child is recovered? Wanted to know really what's the reason for the child's recovery. Please understand, spiritual healing was not the reason. The faith healing was not the reason. The placebo effect was not the reason. The reason behind the child's recovery was the child has already taken the responsibility to be in tune with the consciousness of the community in which he is living. Taking responsibility can even act as a life-saving medicine. Please understand. Taking responsibility, acting as a component of making you mentally mature is understandable. When you take responsibility, you become mentally mature, you start acting, you start becoming honesty, you integrate yourself. These all can be understood. But taking responsibility can shake your biomemory so deeply, so strongly. A snake bite, a poison can just be nullified. It was real miracle. One thing I can tell you, when you take the responsibility for your body, suddenly your organs have become alive. Your body is in tune. When you take the responsibility for the happenings of in your breathing space, you become a team leader. Whatever happens in your breathing space means pranamaya kosha, pranic space, you become leader, team leader. If you take the responsibility of whatever is happening in your mental layer, manomaya kosha, you become a social leader. Please understand. If you take the responsibility for your annamaya kosha, physical plane, you become healthy. If you take the responsibility of your pranamaya kosha, the pranic layer, whatever happens, you become team leader, because anything in your team happens in your breathing space, you become team leader. If you take the responsibility of whatever is happening in your manomaya kosha, mental layer, means all the information comes to you and the response you do, and all the happenings around you which directly impacts your mind and mental setup, you became social leader. If you take the responsibility of your vijnanamaya kosha, means all the emotion mental setup created from the young age in you, you became the leader of country who sets a trend for future mental setups. When you take the responsibility for Anandamaya Kosha, bliss layer, you became the leader of the cosmos, because now you need to change the whole cosmos. Only then you can be blissful. Only then your bliss can be eternal bliss. So the more and more and more responsibility you take, more and more expansion happens in your consciousness. I know that child which took the responsibility in such an young age to be in tune with the consciousness of the community in which he is growing. When he grows, invariably he will be serving his community. His community will be part of him, he will be part of his community. He can radiate real empathy. The child can radiate real empathy. Now I am trying to trace that child, to bring that child here and show to the world the miraculous bio-memory he is carrying. And if we can do some medical research, scientific research on his bio-memory and prove the power of taking responsibility, if we can study his bio-memory, I know for sure we will have some breakthrough. We will have some new discovery in this science which cuts across the physiology, psychology and consciousness. How? When consciousness takes the responsibility, not only psychology, even physiology responds differently. When you don't take the responsibility, even the simple, pure, fresh oxygen, air goes inside, may stop your organs, it may not come out, you may die. When you take responsibility, even the poison, venom goes inside, cannot stop your life, kill you, you will be alive, radiating, fresh and living. Please understand, take responsibility, it just changes your whole being. I am not telling you should go and catch the snake and make the snake to bite you, no. But taking responsibility helps in many crises, many situations. Not losing the balance, putting the weight on somebody else, taking it on you, standing up with you. It just does miracles. It really does miracles. Understand, through this revelation, I am putting the importance of taking responsibility much more than the power of spiritual healing, faith healing, which is my very brand, for which I am well known. So I am saying very clearly, categorically, taking responsibility leads you to the much more powerful zone, powerful field than what feeling connection, faith or spiritual healing can do to you. I am putting spiritual healing next to the taking responsibility. I am putting taking responsibility ahead of spiritual healing through this revelation.
Trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. I can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you, nothing will compare. I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion, your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda, my life to come a meditation. If this is we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Oh, heart begins again. Heart begins again. Every time I
as long as we feel insecure, we go on accumulating, adding. As long as we feel the matter will add value to our spirit, we go on adding, accumulating, adding. Suddenly one day we feel tired of the efforts which you are putting for accumulation. Actually, people who choose poverty, they don't even choose hating wealth. They hate the effort to create and maintain. It is unconscious laziness, the intention to take the responsibility of acquiring and maintaining. When they lack that, suddenly they decide, let me renounce. Whoever decides to renounce, with that fear of responsibility, understand? Fear of insecurity makes you create more and more wealth. Fear of responsibility means now you have to maintain. Now so many things comes along with the wealth. Ramakrishna says a beautiful story. Ramakrishna is the great enlightened master, architect of modern day Hinduism. He is the architect of modern day Hinduism. Very powerful master. He says there was an eagle which caught a fish. He was flying with that fish. Hundreds of crows were chasing him. The eagle felt tired that he could not fight with his crows. He just threw the fish and came and sat. And he suddenly saw all the crows are behind the fish. And he is relaxed. So the eagle threw the fish not because it doesn't want to eat the fish or it became vegetarian. No. It was not able to stand the fight of the crows and the crows encroaching in his space and the responsibility which comes along with the wealth. You have fire alarm, this alarm, that insurance, this insurance, and it goes on and on and on and on. And after that, the fine print something says, your house owner's insurance does not cover flood insurance. Homeowner's insurance does not cover flood insurance. Anyhow, the responsibility, when it becomes too much, suddenly you choose poverty. You choose poverty not because you don't enjoy the wealth, or you don't want the wealth, or you don't want the comforts and luxuries added by the wealth. You don't want the responsibilities and stress and tension added by the wealth. That's the truth. Uncovering the inner light by melting the body. Create yogic body. You will have Vedic mind. And naturally, yen living. Be honest and sincere to what you are doing. The idea of productivity is not inserted into your system for any other purpose. For you to stand up again and again and again and verify the truths on which you are building your foundation and life. I have seen very clearly in my life, the people who never think or bothered to be productive and responsible to the Sangha were always lived in depression. They live in depression and abuse the Sangha, nothing else. That's why I always say that I am afraid of people who don't take responsibility. So decide to surrender to the honest truths. So take the complete responsibility, even surrendering with responsibility. Understand? Surrendering with responsibility is enlightenment. Responsible surrender is enlightenment. I have seen people surrendering or claiming that they are surrendered. Oh God. Even if you are caught by your enemies, you will not be tortured that much by the pseudo-surrendering people. By this pseudo-surrendering people. They will claim that they are surrendered, and whatever right happens is their responsibility because of them. Whatever wrong happens, it is because of you. And they will not do anything more than saying word, I have surrendered, I have surrendered, I have surrendered. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, what should I do further? I tell them, what do you mean? No, whatever you say, I will do. The moment I tell something, no, I have this difficulty, that problem, this problem. Then I tell them, then tell all your conditions first. Then I will tell you the solution. They say, no, whatever you do, I will do. Whatever you say, I will do. The moment I open my mouth, they will have 1001 condition, 1001 priorities, 1001 preferences, 1001 conditions. So, Patanjali says very beautifully, take the responsibility completely on your shoulder. A responsible person, even if he surrenders, it will be so graceful, so beautiful. Irresponsible person, even if he tries to stand on his own, it will be only cunning. It will never be complete. So first thing you need, first thing is being responsible. Being responsible. The moment you are responsible, the moment you feel you are responsible for your thinking, you know very clearly you can stop. You can stop. Only when you don't want to take the responsibility, you are going on postponing, putting things on others, blaming others. Then you continue to think. If you blame, you are walking because of somebody, you will continue to walk till you die. If you are blaming, you are talking because somebody is forcing, you will continue to talk till the death. Same way, if you say you are thinking because of somebody else, because of some other reason, you will continue to think till you die, even after you die. So take the responsibility on you. Understand, the truth is you are responsible. Truth is you are responsible. So let you understand you are responsible. Then suddenly you will realize you can stop. You can stop. This one idea, internalize continuously. Mind is an action. If I want, I can stop. If I am acting, I wanted it. Take the responsibility. If I am acting, I wanted it. Who can take the responsibility for your action? Only you. If you are walking, you want it. If you are talking, you want it. If you are minding, you want it. If you are thinking, you want it. So let the shift happen in your consciousness. If you are thinking, you want it. If you are talking, you want it. If you are sitting, you want it. So let you understand this one truth. Take the responsibility on your shoulder. If you are thinking, you want it. Only then you can stop when you want it. Patanjali is not putting responsibility on anybody else.
When you take responsibility, you have a tremendous energy and courage to see the truth. Some extraordinary security happens around you. I can tell you from my experience. When I took the courage and stood up, suddenly I felt, oh God, there is an extraordinary security happening around me. an automatic mechanism given by God to remind you that you are not yet taking responsibility. If you are suffering with insecurity, understand, still you have not taken up the responsibility of the position you are holding, commitment you are holding, identity you are showing to the world. One sailor and his wife are traveling in a ship. Suddenly, due to cyclone, the ship has started shaking. Wife was completely shaken, started crying, shouting. The sailor was in deep peace, praying and meditating towards the Lord. Wife was shouting, "What are you doing? Are you not feeling insecure? You should do something. What to do? How can we escape?" The sailor just took a knife, put it near the throat of the wife and said, "Are you afraid now? I'm going to kill you?" She said, "No. As long as the knife is in the hands of my beloved, you, why are you afraid?" He says, "Yes, same thing. As long as the life is in the hands of God, why will I be afraid?" The life is in the hands of the beloved. You don't need to be afraid, be insecure, or getting killed. As long as the life is in the hands of God, divine, you don't need to be afraid of getting destroyed. Understand? When I tell this, if it does not click with you, still you are not taking the responsibility of your life. Somehow when I read this line, it just clicked with me. Because my inner space was ready to feel secure. If the land is ready, plowed, then the seed can grow. If the land is not plowed, ready, rocky, no seed can grow in it. Same way, if you have taken the responsibility for the position you are there, like you are interested, suddenly your inner space becomes ready to feel secure. Making your inner space ready to feel secure is the basic requirement for feeling security. To feel secure, your age insurances, your home insurance, flood insurance, fire insurance, medical insurance, accident insurance, and malpractice insurance, and any number of insurances you have, you will not feel secure in life. You cannot have life insurance, you can have death insurance. You cannot have love insurance. You can have divorce insurance. Understand? The insurances cannot ensure security. Feeling security is a quality which happens in you when you take responsibility. Yes, taking responsibility is a work. Is a thing to be done, a quality to be cultivated. But when you shrink, when you escape, when you move away from it, life is not for you. Consciousness is not for you. You are not qualified even to breathe. Taking air and the prana is stealing. Take responsibility. Naturally, your inner space is ready for security. This one story which I said is suddenly hit. Yes. When life is in the hands of God, why should I be insecure? How can I be insecure? But your logic says, no, who knows whether it's in the hands of God or not? Who knows? My husband is my beloved or not? Who knows, by mistake he may cut my throat? Who knows, after cutting my throat he may
stop being honest to the truths and justifying it because somebody else also lives like that. Not being responsible for the truths which clicks with you or the life which you have assumed, which you have taken it upon yourself. See, if you have taken some life upon yourself, suddenly you become responsible for that. A person who takes the life of a doctor becomes suddenly responsible for the patient. Person who takes the life of a seeker becomes responsible to be completely honest, truthful to the truths which clicks inside him. Yogic body means intensely working and aligning your body to the highest peak of health. Vedic mind means intensely adding the deeper and deeper truths of life and establishing those truths as the basic pillar for planning your strategy about life. Yen life means living those strategy in the life with responsibility. If you don't have N life, we can be very sure you don't have yogic body and Vedic mind. The mind, the ideas, which does not let you to be honest to what you yourself believe or what has clicked with you, for what you have taken the responsibility, is demon. That's a straight thing, leads to low mood and depression.
I will give you the two major components in the spiritual practice, evolution. One, intense practice. Second, feeling responsible for your space. The space you have chosen. I can say now, I can divide the whole spiritual practices as these two categories. First, a person should be taught to do the strong exercises, the tapas, like a 1,000 experiments, 2 hours of intensely working out, intense pranayama. This will teach you the quantitative work, means will make you, give you the training of hard tapas, spiritual practices. Next thing should happen is becoming responsible for the space you are occupying, for the commitment you make, satya. That makes you to experience the qualitative shift in your sadhana. If you take a responsibility of the position you are holding and allow the creativity to express in that responsibility, then naturally, very smoothly we sail from dharana to jnana, dhyana to samadhi. Life is for people who are conscious. Life is for people who are interested in creating. Life is for people who are honest and sincere to the place they hold, to the responsibility which they represent. everything in this and avoiding the responsibilities. No. Being responsible. If you are responsible, you will not have negativity to be depression.
Nitya Kriya, restoring Hatha Yoga to the world. A series of healing yogic processes revealed by Paramahamsa Nithyananda to care and cure for diseases and disorders. Practice Nitya Kriya and awaken your Kundalini energy. To find out more, visit www.nithyananda.org/nitya-kriyas.
Your duty to be your parent is giving them emotional and moral support when they need. I wanted to make it very clear. You are not bound by your parents to live the life they wanted. It is not your duty or responsibility. Many times you mistake your attachment and weakness as a duty and responsibility. No. See, if you are completely bound by your parents' way of living, if that becomes your responsibility or duty, there is no possibility for upgrading. Don't you understand? Then the whole humanity has to be in the same low consciousness, because nobody is going to take the risk and courage and break through and upgrade themselves. That is not your duty. That is not your responsibility. Responsibility to the parents is giving them emotional support, moral support. Your highest responsibility for your parents is helping them to become enlightened. Next, teachers. Your highest responsibility, duty to your teachers is keeping the knowledge which they gave you alive and making it grow, flourish. And responsibility for your priests is using the knowledge they gave to achieve the ultimate. Responsibility for your master, duty for your master is you becoming enlightened, nothing else. Give your emotional, moral support to your parents. Grow the knowledge given by your teachers. Use the knowledge given by your priests to achieve the highest possible consciousness. Finally, achieve the highest consciousness using the Master's presence. This is what is your duties towards all of them. When you take up these great truths as a responsibility of your life, understand, then suddenly your very necessity to exist changes. If you are a doctor in the society, your necessity to exist is curing some patients. If you are true to that necessity, that's enough. If you are an engineer, your necessity to exist is just build some buildings, infrastructure. So if you do that, that's enough, done. If you are a lawyer, your necessity to exist is defend the Constitution. protect the people who are victimized by the police. So your necessity to exist, if that is fulfilled, done, no problem. But your necessity to exist, if that is not honored, the inner light is covered. Life lived with the inner light covered is depression. The parents need to understand kids should take the risks in their life. Parents are expected to be a safety net when the kids take the risk, not the stopping nuts. A real father or mother should not be continuously a stopping nut. Don't do, don't do, don't do, don't do. The song of don't do, don't do. Come on. If you are a parent, if you feel your child is taking a risk, your son or daughter is doing something on their own, in their career choice, or anything related to their life's decisions, many times about job, marriage, love affair, so many things. Don't constantly sing the song of don't do. I tell you, when you are not letting your child to take some risks in their career, you are completely destroying the self-confidence and understanding and responsibility of the child. Your son or daughter, their way of expanding is always taking responsibility. Child tries to taste everything. That is the way it starts growing. If you give a toy, it will put it in the mouth. That is the way it knows how to feel it. Same way, when you grow up, you try to experiment with things. When the parents start singing the don't do song, the possibilities of the children is completely destroyed. One thing I neither heard in my life nor ready to listen in my life is don't do. I neither heard from my parents nor ready to listen. This don't do. Parents need to understand. You need to give a space for your kids to experiment, to play with life. If you really have concern, be a safety net. Take care. Even if they fall, they are not damaged. You are there as a support. That is the responsibility of a parent. The problem is, nowadays the parents have started behaving like a business. You do this way, then I am there with you. If not, forget about me and my support. It's more or less blackmailing. Parents are expected to play the role of safety net when the kids take the risks, when the kids try to do something extraordinary, something new, which you neither have a guts nor have a brain to try. I want new gen to be completely stable and established about their identity with themselves experientially, about their identity with the people with whom you are living, about your identity with the human society and the universe. New generation should be very clear about themselves, what they want to do, what they are feeling like doing. The problem is, many times what they are feeling like doing they know, what they want to do they don't know, or how they are going to do they don't know. What you are feeling like doing, what you want to do, how you are going to do, the whole thing should be in align. New generation should be very responsible about what they are creating around themselves.
With enlightenment, too much of responsibility comes. That is why I was telling, if you want enlightenment, for the sake of enlightenment, go for enlightenment, but do not go for any other thing. Do not think if I achieve enlightenment, I will have that, at least for that sake, let me have enlightenment. No. If you really feel the liberation is your goal, then go for the liberation. Then naturally you will enjoy whatever comes along with it. Understand? Enlightenment does not, freedom does not come just like that. It comes with a tremendous responsibility. It comes with a tremendous pressured compassion. That's the right word I have to use. Your whole being will be vibrating with an intense compassion, with a very deep compassion. Let me tell you one incident. Suddenly, one day early morning, Vivekananda got up and he said, I have a deep pain in the right hand. I think the right hand is this side. I have a deep pain in the right hand. And he said that this side of the ocean, he was lying down on a bed, this side of the ocean, some country is suffering by some natural calamity, please find out and send our Swamis to go and do the relief work. And next day morning they received the news, the nearby island, there was an earthquake and all the Swamis had to rush to do the relief work and people were suffering. The nature was getting disturbed. Practically, the whole cosmos is felt inside your body. A deep pressured compassion lands on you along with the enlightenment experience. Understand, it's a great responsibility, not just freedom. Not just freedom as you think. It's a great responsibility too. So only if you have the courage for that, if you are ready to risk all your needs, all your expectations, all your ideas, enlightenment is for you.
Books by Paramahamsa Nithyananda. In the true spirit of Vedic tradition, more than 250 books of Paramahamsa Nithyananda are now available online for free. Access free library at lifeblissprograms.org/books.
You need to understand, life is not capitalistic. Life is neither capitalistic nor communist or socialist. Please understand, capitalism teaches the ownership. Who owns is a big guy. Communism teaches whether you work or not, everything belongs to you. Communism is the way of tamas, means inertia, inertness. Why should you have? Whether I work or not, let me also have. Let us equalize. The whole communist philosophy is born out of tamas, inertness. Whole capitalist philosophy is born out of rajas, restlessness. But life is sattva, peace. Then what is really life? What life believes in? Does it believe in capitalism or communism? No. Understand, the major components of your life like disease, death, contentment, life satisfaction, just like job satisfaction, something called life satisfaction. I wanted to tell you, important component of life is life satisfaction, which is neither capitalistic nor communist. A country may be capitalist or communist, but life, the principles of life are neither capitalist nor communist. Why you take birth where you take birth? Why you get the disease when you get the disease? Why somebody has a high life satisfaction, somebody such worst mental disorders? I tell you, I'm really telling you, I know millions of fellows who are loaded with billions of rupees, but if you see their personal life, you will not be jealous of them. Because so much suffering. There are many capitalistic fellows who built their life with narrow self-interest without any ethical foundation. Principles of life is totally different. Let me make it very clear. If a country supports capitalism, you may get the benefits given by the country's infrastructure. You may have a bigger house. You may even have a boat house. You may have wealth. You may have zeros in your bank balance. But only when the life's principle supports you, you will have the gifts of life, health, life satisfaction, you feeling life is overflowing. I tell you, anything is worth sacrificing to have this feeling. Life is overflowing. Life is romance. The principles of life says, man who takes the responsibility has the right to enjoy. That's all. Not man who owns has the right to enjoy. Not the man who can grab has a right to enjoy. No. Man who takes the responsibility has the right to live. Understand? All your questions related to money, all the parts of your life impacted by money, those problems attend with the principles of your country's ism, capitalism or communism. If you are in China and you have a problem about money, you have to find solution through communism. But if you have a problems related to life, health, life satisfaction, happenings of life, whether it's a birth, death, mental health, as I said, the life satisfaction, fulfillment in the life. There are so many things related to life. Those life's principles, if you have a problem related to life's principles, find solution with this truth. Man who takes the responsibility has a right to enjoy. This is the principle of life. If you have questions about disease, desires, karma, questions related to life, why somebody has so much of mental peace, some other people don't have it? Why some people have so much of life satisfaction, some people don't have it? To infuse the life principles into your corporate place, in your workplace, understand few things. First thing you need to know, capitalism degenerates into narrow self-interest without a strong ethical foundation. The capitalism, you do not have a strong ethical foundation. So rewrite, rethink in all your thinking process and evolution. Infuse responsibility. Let every person who is part of your organization be told about his responsibility. Spend at least 1 hour on making everybody understand their responsibility. Please understand, never think if you take away 1 hour, then the productivity is lost. No. If you can wake up every morning, 5 o'clock and go to Akada, all the engrams which makes you irresponsible in your life will be killed. So many demons are standing around you. I tell you, all these demons are only the patterns which never lets you take responsibility in your life. You will see the same demon only will come with a different sword when you are in the workplace. Why are you working like a slave? If you don't do this, what is there? I tell you, exactly the patterns which makes you never take the responsibility of life and life's principles. They will be awake, alive between 4:30 to 6. Just like your whole day's mood is controlled by time. So you can see very clearly. Morning 9 o'clock, if you are habituated to go to office, you will be agitated. Morning, if you break the tamas, you will break many of the patterns which does not let you take the responsibility of life. I really tell you, very sincerely I recommend this to all corporate companies. Morning when you gather for your work, whether it is 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Some companies gather 8 o'clock, some gather 9 o'clock, some even 10 o'clock. Whatever time, first 1 hour spent making everybody responsible for what they are. Not just the work they are supposed to do that day. No. Make themselves fit with their clear understanding about what they want from society and what society wants from them. Their requirements from society. Society's requirements from them. What society requires from them. Means everybody is living in a society. In your society, your family, your boss, your subordinates, what they all need from you and what you need from them. Understand, you are there only because you need something from them. You are always there in any situation only when you need something from them, not otherwise. When you need something from them, be responsible to offer what they need from you. Understand, let every individual feel the responsibility. Let every individual look into the responsibility. Corporate organizations will be successful only when every individual understands the principles of life, not otherwise. You cannot have separate principles for your life and separate principles for a corporate company, your workplace. No. Your workplace is a major part of your life. You need an integrated principle. Only way to have an integrated principle is every morning when you gather for a work, at least spend 1 hour understanding responsibility. You are here for one purpose and you need to take this responsibility. This alignment, when it happens between two persons, it is not 1 plus 1, 2. No, it is 1 plus 1, 11. Understand? When an understanding happens between 1 plus 1, it is 2. When alignment happens between 1 plus 1, it is 11. When at-one-ment happens between 1 plus 1, it is explosion. It is atomic explosion. Understanding, alignment, atonement. Responsibility is neither capitalism nor communism. Life's principles are based on responsibility. If you want to live healthily, take responsibility of your body. You want to live happily? Take responsibility of your mind. If you want to explore into the zones of consciousness, take responsibility of your spiritual entity. If you want wealth, take the responsibility of spending your time in that direction. Take the responsibility. Chisel your whole life with a hammer called responsibility, with a tool called responsibility. Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, yet to be devotees sitting with us around the world at this moment, in 382 places through Nithyananda TV and 33 places two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha, in 197 cities in 22 countries around the world as per the statistics. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, San Jose Madurai, Nithyananda Nagar Tiruvannamalai, Malaysia Palani, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Kastav Croatia, Nithyananda Nagaram Hyderabad, Oklahoma Somanatham, Toronto Kailasam, Sharjah, Seattle Chidambaram, Ohio Center, Adayar Chennai, Ma Atma Priyananda Swamini. How come you are without Vibhuti and Kumkum? Ma Bhaktimayananda Swamini. How come you guys are without Vibhuti and Kumkum? Go on, apply Vibhuti and Kumkum and come. Guadalupe Rameshwaram, Devon UK, Singapore, Singapuram, Vancouver, Puri, Bangalore, Marathahalli, Austin, Monterrey, Mexico, Bengaluru North, Dakota Dunes, Charlotte, Srisailam, Anna Nagar, Chennai. Guadalupe, that's all? No, that one city next to Bangalore, Marathahalli, not Austin, that side. No, this side. Bangalore, Malleshwaram, Dubai, Tirukkovilur, Toronto, Mississauga, Gangamma Circle, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Scottsdale, Ohio, Prayag, Oman, Sivagangai, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Hyderabad, Sri Ann Delta, Croatia, Sripuram, Chennai. That's it. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. I wanted all my Swamis and Swaminis to know your forehead should be always filled with Bhasma, the sacred ash, and Kumkum. Say about this Rudraksha, you can use based on the place. When you are going to a place where you are going to give a satsang or a discourse, have the full, this 10,000 Rudraksha and the Kandi and everything. If you are going to some place where the simplicity needs to be presented, just then have ordinary one Rudraksha mala. That you can choose as per the place and authenticity of you fitting with the place. But the Bhasma and Kumkuma is a symbol of Nithyananda Sampradaya. Understand? I am creating a new emblem for our Sangha, because now the emblem which I created, which I had in a vision, Paramahamsa emblem, alone is not enough to express, represent what we are. So now I am working on it. Still I have to see it in the vision. I am meditating. The emblem will be having vibhuti and kumkum and turban. So vibhuti and kumkum should be the symbol everyone, all of us will be using. You can't afford to miss vibhuti and kumkum in any way. And today I have a great news. Yesterday itself I announced, as per my commitment, because of Ramakrishna's birthday, to the Inner Awakening participants. Yesterday evening I announced it to the world. Today again I am releasing it for the Satsang participants. Nithyananda Sampradaya. The Swamis and Swaminis and Rishis, Naishtika and Krama Brahmacharya of Nithyananda Sangha and Nithyananda Sampradaya. Give a good hand. Come on, it's you guys. We will have to celebrate.
Nityanandam Nityanandame Anandam Nityanandame Nityanandam Nityanandame 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 Govinda Gopala Keshava Madhava Narayana.
Wow, historically it took 10 years to create the Sampradaya. Yes, it is already in the website. You can see the sannyasis and sannyasinis. Sannyasis and sannyasinis 55, Naishtika Brahmacharis 13, Krama Brahmacharis 40, Rishi order 8, and of course hundreds of ashramites are waiting in pipeline who are not yet initiated for various reasons, because they are all in our various ashrams and centers taking care. Some of them are traveling. So various reasons. Hundreds are in waiting list. Guru Purnima. There will be one more big group joining in the order officially. And Manisha, you also should do one thing. Now you have to make it as per the seniority later on and the clear presentation. It doesn't have to be like a men's, women separately. It has to be based on the date of joining. And I'm so happy. First 116 of millions to follow. And among the Swamis, Sri Nitya Pranananda will be the first sannyasi. And among the Swaminis, my mother, Ma Nitya Lokanayakananda Swamini will be the first Swamini. See, as I am an incarnation, the Sampradaya starts the moment she gave birth to me. So naturally, she joined earlier than me in the order. See, if I am a Swami, then I can say that based on the date of joining, as I am an incarnation, naturally, she has to be given the date of joining seniority also. And of course, actually also I remember very clearly, she wanted to come and settle in the ashram long before. Only I said, no, wait for some more time. Great. Anyhow. So the first sannyasi who is alive, I should use that word because my father has been given Purana sannyas, but after he left the body, Antima sannyas it is called. So Antima sannyas usually doesn't come under the four orders. So living first sannyasi of Nithyananda Sampradaya is Sri Nitya Pranananda Swami and Swamini Sri Ma Nitya Lokanayakananda Swamini, and then order continues Ma Nitya Dayamayananda Swamini and Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swamini, and the order continues. You can verify. Manisha, you also have to create a resume for everyone with photograph. It should be published in the website. All you guys can post the unique way you wanted to post to express your unique character or the energy of. See, each one of you guys are representation of my one ray of energy. Somebody represents my intellect, somebody represents my devotion, somebody represents my being. Each one of you represent one ray of me. Listen, if I am the sun, each one of you are rays. Each one of you represent a ray. So, present yourself as the ray you represent. With photograph, with a resume. Yes. Including where they are born and what is their education. Yes, with a background, education, and how they met Swami, or something, one or two things, and their sannyas, and then their contribution to the world. How many classes they have conducted, how many programs they are, and what they are offering to the world, what all the ways they are enriching the world. Give a beautiful, each one's resume. They can write and give. They only can write and give. This is the statement they want to make it to the world about themselves. The ahankara they are projecting. So around this, the anyakara of the world will start evolving. So be very clear what you are, and you have the full freedom to declare you are enlightened. That is what I am saying. You have a complete freedom to declare, because when you declare, you are responsible and you will have to live it. You will have to demonstrate it. When you declare you are enlightened, the anyakaras you create, you should be able to stretch yourself to it. Declaring enlightenment is not power, more responsibility. Clear? So, it is individual choice. You can declare any day you are enlightened. You are after all a Swami now. You are an independent entity by your existence. You can move the cosmos as you want. If the cosmos is not moving as you want, just create one, that's all. and the space of positivity and possibility, ishwaratuva and enlightenment is your space. So from there you can declare anything you want and make it into reality any way you want. And anybody want to be part of this order can start applying and preparing yourself to be part of this order. Great. I also wanted to declare all of us as Nithyananda Sampradaya Sannyasis, we will not spend a single penny from the money given by devotees to any of our trust for charitable purposes. Do you guys agree with me? All you guys. We will work and create the wealth for running our basic needs, maybe spending few hours. You guys are even, I think the day I explained, we had a plan. So that I don't need to ask anybody anything for you guys or for me. I have my kids. When you have so many sons who are intelligent enough and efficient enough to earn, father does not need to ask anybody anything. Even if you are a king, when a son goes and conquers a city and brings it to you, that is the beauty. Email n.sharing@nithyananda.org if you want to be part of this order. Today, 16th Inner Awakening and 13th Ingenious, second day. 9th Nirahara Samyama, third level, second day. 10th Nirahara Samyama, first level, second day. 5th Samyama, second day. And we have one more important announcement. Today, we formed Nithyanandeshwara temple as a separate pita, and anybody who declares as a Pitadishwar for that can become Pitadishwar. Still, Ambananda has not declared as a Pitadishwar. He only took the responsibility of the temple. Let's see, whoever declares can become Pitadishwar. That will be a separate pita, which will be called as Nithyanandeshwara Pita. So, Biddi as now, Biddi hosts Nithyanandeshwara Pita and Nithyananda Dhyana Pita and Nithyananda Jnana Pita, Nithyananda Vidya Pita. Am I right? 4 pitas. Gurukul Vidyapita, all the centers all over the world Jnanapita, and You should have an international meeting one day of all the devotees, organizers, head of the centers, temples, for a declaration. You should have a meeting that they should declare. Declaration makes things reality. Even who is head, the head has to declare. And all the other volunteers, department volunteers, heads, has to declare. They should all be given officially the titles Sri Magant, Pitadishwar and all that. Even Grihasthas can be Pitadishwar, Rishis can be Pitadishwar. Even people who are not Rishis, just Grihasthas can be Pitadishwars. It's each one declaring. Men, women, anybody can be Pitadishwars. Sri Mahans. We'll have to come up with the declarations. Yes. You can take it. Now it is time. We'll be starting live satsang. Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. साधना टीवी के सभी दर्शकों और भक्तों को मेरा प्रेम एवं आशीर्वाद सहित स्वागत। कल हमने 4 तत्वों में से दूसरे तत्व श्रद्धा के बारे में चर्चा की। आज हम तीसरे तत्व उपायनम यानी जिम्मेदारी पर सत्संग करेंगे। रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, कृपया ध्यान से सुनिए। रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, responsibility means living, thinking, speaking and acting, responding to life from the truth that you are the source of everything happening inside and around you. Therefore, you are responsible for all happenings inside and outside you. कृपया पुनः सुनिए. Let me repeat. Responsibility means living, and responding means thinking, speaking, acting to life from the truth that you are the source of everything happening in and around you. Therefore, you are responsible for all the happenings. in and around you. ध्यान से सुनिए, जीवन का तीसरा तत्व है उपायनम. उपायनम या जिम्मेदारी उठाने का अर्थ है जीवन को इस सत्य के साथ जीना और प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना कि आपके अंदर और बाहर होने वाले सभी परिस्थितियों का मूल कारण एवं उत्तरदायी आप स्वयं है. ध्यान से सुनिए, उपायनम या जिम्मेदारी उठाने का अर्थ है जीवन को इस सत्य के साथ जीना और प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना कि आपके अंदर और बाहर होने वाले सभी परिस्थितियों का मूल कारण एवं उत्तरदायी आप स्वयं है. Biggest question we have now in our mind, how can I be responsible? Everything happening around me, I can be held responsible. What is happening inside me? How can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody asks this question. ध्यान से सुनिए. Let me answer you. Person who does not feel responsible even for his actions is an animal, lives in a very low consciousness. Person who feels responsible for his actions is a human being, lives in a middle level consciousness. Person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine, lives in leadership consciousness, ishwaratuva. Sometime you may not be reason for some happenings, but if it is affecting your life, you are responsible for that happenings. Just because you are not reason as per your logic, you can't say you are not responsible in truth. कृपया ध्यान से सुनिए. हमारे मन में सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न आता है कि हमारे सब तरफ होने वाली हर चीज के लिए हम कैसे उत्तरदायी हैं. You may think, how can you be responsible? You need to know, unless you take responsibility, neither you are going to improve the situation nor going to expand in the inner space. Vivekananda says very beautifully, take responsibility more and more. Your shoulders will become stronger and stronger. In any field, freedom is the basic condition for growth. Responsibility brings the experience of freedom. with responsibility, your consciousness expands. जो व्यक्ति अपने कार्यों के लिए जिम्मेदारी नहीं उठाता है वह जानवर के समान है। जो व्यक्ति अपने कार्यों के लिए जिम्मेदारी उठाता है वह मानव है, और जो व्यक्ति अन्य लोगों के लिए जिम्मेदारी उठाता है वह ईश्वर है। सुनिए, जो व्यक्ति अपने कार्यों के लिए जिम्मेदारी नहीं उठाता है वह जानवर के समान है। जो व्यक्ति अपने कार्यों के लिए जिम्मेदारी उठाता है वह मानव है, और जो व्यक्ति अन्य लोगों के लिए जिम्मेदारी उठाता है वह ईश्वर है। He lives in the space of leadership consciousness, Ishwara. Ishwara. Every one of us are greedy for powers leaders have, powers gods, higher souls have, but unfortunately, no one wants to take the responsibility for it. I tell you, world has abundance. Neither the wealth nor the extraordinary powers are restricted when you take responsibility, when you start becoming responsible. Powers, wealth, spiritual powers, all the auspicious things starts expressing through you intensely. आपको जाना चाहिए, जब तक आप जिम्मेदारी ना ले तब तक ना तो आपका विस्तार होगा एवं ना आप पूर्णता प्राप्त करेंगे। विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं, ज्यादा और ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी लेने से आपके कंधे मजबूत होते हैं। Responsibility expands your possibilities. Let me define responsibility. Responding to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. Responding to you and to the world from the best possibility is responsibility. जिम्मेदारी आपके संभावनाओं को विस्तार करता है। जिम्मेदारी आपके संभावनाओं को विस्तार करता है। Responsibility not only awakens leadership qualities in you, it awakens leadership consciousness in you. ध्यान से सुनिए, qualities are different, consciousness is different. In the corporate life, in the outer world, if you are taking responsibility for some position, post, you may express leadership qualities. But when you take responsibility for everything happening in and around you, you express leadership consciousness. उत्तरदायित्व का अर्थ है विश्व के प्रति असीमित संभावना के साथ प्रतिक्रिया करना। उत्तरदायित्व का अर्थ है विश्व के प्रति असीमित संभावना के साथ प्रतिक्रिया करना। From the best possibility. Your responding is responsibility. When you expand your commitments and the responsibilities you hold in your being for yourself goes on expanding and expressing all the possibilities. Either you react or respond. You only have two ways of relating with the world. If you feel you are not responsible, you react. If you feel you are responsible, you respond. When all your actions are responding, you are a karma yogi. No karma binds you. You are living in completion, expressing completion. When you feel you are not responsible, you react. Reacting puts you in bondage. Reacting keeps you in incompletion. जब आप और विस्तार होते हैं, तब आपके अंदर जीव लगातार विस्तार होता है और अपने सभी संभावनाओं को व्यक्त करने लगता है। जब आप और विस्तार होते हैं, तब आपके अंतर जीव लगातार विस्तार होता है और अपने सभी संभावनाओं को व्यक्त करने लगता है। जब आप अपने उत्तरदायित्व को और विस्तारित करते हैं, तब आपके अंदर की सभी असीमित संभावनाएं बाहर प्रकट हो जाती है। ध्यान से सुनिए। Only when you express all the possibilities out of liberation cognition, जीवन मुक्त संभावना, you are living your life. Life is lived when Jivan Mukta Sambhavana becomes your lifestyle. The space of possibility, space of leadership, I tell you, nothing else is required for you to be a leader. Just leadership consciousness is enough. When Vivekananda walked length and breadth of India, he did not have anything other than leadership consciousness in his life. But wherever he went, kings washed his feet, gave their own thrones for him to sit, received his blessings, guidance, requested for his spiritual support. Leadership consciousness is independent, intelligent, cannot be hidden from others. Once you have it, whole world will know you have it. Simply, world listens to you. You do not need any power, political strength, infrastructure for the world to know you are a leader. Even if you walk in the street, you will stand tall, man among men. And the world will respect you. नेतृत्व क्षमता के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए, केवल नेतृत्व की मनोस्थिति होनी आवश्यक है. अगर आप में ये है तो पूरा विश्व जान जाएगा कि आप उनके नेता हैं. नेतृत्व क्षमता के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए, केवल नेतृत्व की मनोस्थिति होनी आवश्यक है. अगर आप में यह है तो पूरा विश्व जान जाएगा कि आप उनके नेता हैं. Responsibility makes you realize all possibility. जीवन में प्रतिक्रिया के दो ही विकल्प है, जिम्मेदारी के साथ प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना या जिम्मेदारी के बिना प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना. जब आप जिम्मेदारी के साथ जीवन के प्रति प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करते हैं, तब वह कार्य आपको अंधन में डालता है. जब आप जिम्मेदारी के साथ जीवन के प्रति प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करते हैं, तब वह प्रतिक्रिया पूर्ण बनाती है, नेता बनाती है. जब आप जिम्मेदारी के साथ जीवन के प्रति प्रतिक्रिया नहीं व्यक्त करते हैं, तब वह कार्य आपको बंधन में डालता है. जब आप जिम्मेदारी के साथ जीवन के प्रति प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करते हैं, तब वह प्रतिक्रिया पूर्ण बनाती है, नेता बनाती है. It is leadership consciousness which brings not just success, fulfillment in you. I tell you, I have seen thousands of politicians who are having power without having the state of leadership consciousness. It is responsibility makes you realize all possibility. उत्तरदायित्व आपको हर संभव संभावना से साक्षात्कार करा देता है. उत्तरदायित्व आपको हर संभव संभावना से साक्षात्कार करा देता है. Sometimes people sit in the throne or get the power, become power center without having the state of a leader. I have seen them dying in depression, suffering in suffocation due to the power. They never enjoy the power. Unless you achieve the status becomes liability. Status binds you and brings suffering to others if you have not achieved the state. The state of responsibility, state of the leader, ishwaratuva, leadership consciousness has to be achieved first. दुनिया में हजारों लोग हैं जो नेता की कुर्सी पर है, किंतु नेता की मनोस्थिति एवं चेतना स्थिति उनमें नहीं है. दुनिया में हजारों लोग हैं जो नेता की कुर्सी पर है, किंतु नेता की मनोस्थिति एवं चेतना स्थिति उनमें नहीं है. When you do not carry the consciousness of leader, you are bound by the powers of the leader, even if you get it, and you will bind the people who come under you, accepting you as leader. This is one of the biggest disease India is suffering. Many seats are occupied by the people who are not responsible enough for the seat they are occupying. From the individual house, to the seats, official power, political power, media power. In every field, many people who have not achieved the state get the status. They become liability.
Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Suddhadvaitam participants, Inner Awakening graduates, Sri Mahants, living Shuddhadvaita process, participants, Satsangis, Kotaris, Tanedars, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, whatever medium. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Today, the Ganesha Brahmotsavam, 9th day, Ganapati is gracing all of us on Swarna Nagavahana, golden snake vehicle and Sarvalankara in Swarna Nagavahana. Let's receive his blessings, then we will enter into the LSP session. Let's enter into today's living Shuddhadvaita process. Listen. Earlier, I expanded the sacred secrets about Vak Shakti, then Mano Shakti. Now, listen carefully. Ishwara Shakti, ishwaratva. Please understand. One of the 8 siddhis Sadashiva talks about in Upanishads and Agama is ishwaratva. Patanjali talks about it much later. Originally, Sadashiva talks about it in Agama. Ishwaratva means power of leading, power of ruling, power of being ahead. Listen carefully. Ishwaratva is one of the 8 important powers. I do wanted to describe little more detail about Ishwaratva. Only when you become Ishwara of your life, you will have completion. For example, any small thing can lead to incompletion if you are not Ishwara of it. One of my disciples was very reluctant to take sannyas. I saw he has an amazing qualification. I was trying to find out what is the reason when he has all the qualification, he was a little reluctant. Then I found out all his small cute desires, like walking in the street, having a cup of coffee, freedom to go, what he thinks as the, instead of word freedom, I think I should use the word choice. Choice to go and lie down in the beach. I was laughing, yes. Even the small decisions, if you are not Ishvara, it leads to incompletion. Prime Minister, even if he wants, he will not be able to walk in the platform, be like ordinary person, because security, lot of things involved. But being in the street and lying in the beach and just ordinary things alone is not the purpose of his life. I'll give you an example. Even sometimes I feel, I used to be just lying all alone with one small blanket in the railway platforms, sleeping in the railway platforms in the night, happily morning getting up and sitting, covering that blanket, and 2-3 other coolies and porters will come and light the fire for that early morning cold, to manage the cold, sitting with them, and then the chai will come, chai wala will bring chai, and having a chai. All these were great, sweet, beautiful moments of my life. But I don't miss them, because I decided to give up that. For the responsibility I have taken, I will not be able to do that. And one more thing. One day it is a cute thing, but that is not my life's purpose. Second day it will be boring. Understand? Choices are something which will bring boredom in few days. Freedom is something which will keep you powerful forever. But if you mix and mess, listen carefully. Choices are brought to you, freedom you bring it to you. There's a big difference. I gave up many of my choices, but I brought freedom to myself. Freedom is realizing your life's mission and living it. Realizing your life's mission and living it. Choices are not freedom. Listen carefully to this story. You need to internalize this story. Tons of people miss even their purpose of life for small choices. When I was about to leave the house once for all to do my mission, my family sat around me and said, first thing they said, you will miss Arunachala going around the hill. It was a very valid reason, because I was just in love with Arunachala, and it's like a lifeline for me. Whether something is happening in the temple or something is happening in the Arunachala town. But I realized that is not going to be purpose of my existence. Just sitting there is not going to be fulfilling my purpose. I need to create thousands of temples like that. I took my birth there to have training, not to stay there. I have to create thousands of temples. If I am sitting there, I will not be creating. Listen carefully. Sometimes the juicy choices pose as if they are freedom, but they are not. Freedom means every single decision is by you. Ishwaratuva, only that brings completion. Listen carefully. Many times The choices which you think as freedom was inserted into you by the advertisement and promotions, or the others' opinions, false views, wrong remembrance. Please understand, you always think your college hostel period was a golden period of your life. But actually when you are living there, you are so much all the time afraid of the warden and the whole life was hell. You just want to get out and get a job as early as possible. This is what I call wrong remembrance. Which was not joy, you remember it as joy because you forgot how it was originally when you lived. Always the wrong remembrance of the past makes you take wrong decisions about future. I have seen. I'll give the essence, listen. 1. Choice is not freedom. 2. Choice or freedom. Everything has to be from your decision. Only then you will be in the space of completion. 3. When you start making your decision about everything, what you give up, you will not feel missing that. I am not feeling I am missing my morning chai and night sleeping alone in the railway platforms. That was a beautiful moment, no doubt. But that was not my purpose. So when I assume the responsibility of the purpose, not missing the choices is ishwaratuva. Listen. Assuming fitting yourself into your own shoes, life's purpose, and because of that maturity, not missing the so-called choices brings ishwaratuva to you. I have seen many people useless, stupid, wrong remembrance, reasoning choices. Listen. Wrong remembrance reasoning. When you are in college, you think your school days were golden period. When you are in the job, you think your hostel days were golden. No. Wrong remembrance. When actually you were in the hostel, you had so much of fear of warden and what not. It was not golden, as you remember. Yes, you may be having some photographs of your tour and vacation with your friends, where you guys are smiling. Yes, photo shows all of you are smiling. Only if you remember, look back, dig deep, you will understand with how many of them you had incompletions and fight, and you have to put up the smile. Photos are great to tell your history to others. But if you yourself dig out, it may not be true. It may not be your real experience. So understand, many times when choices, multiple choices try to pose itself as your freedom, you need to understand multiple choices is not the purpose of your life. Fitting into the shoes of your purpose of life is freedom. I think if you do an assignment on this only, then you will understand how many times instead of fitting into the shoes of your life's purpose, you decided to retain the multiple choices as freedom. Understand? The biggest delusion with which humanity is suffering now is multiple choices are being believed as freedom. You think multiple choices are freedom in gadgets, multiple choice. In relationships, multiple choice. Place to live, multiple choice. Vehicle to drive, multiple choice. Jewelry to wear, multiple choice. Food to eat, multiple choice. Clothes to wear, multiple choice. You call that as a freedom? No. No. Ability to stand up to your life's purpose with completion is freedom. Yes. Sleeping in the platform, early morning sipping chai and having a fire is great. But there are tons of beggars doing that every day. Am I born for that? Understand, fitting into your responsibility with completion is ishwaratuva. That's a method for ishwaratuva. Listen. Vak siddhi, vak shakti. Shakti is the right word. Vak shakti is a power. Integrity is the technique to manifest that power. Mano shakti is the power. Authenticity is the methodology, technique to manifest that power. Ishwaratva is a power. Ishwaratva Shakti is a power. Responsibility with completion is the technique for it. Every jiva comes with the software of Ishwaratva. Understand? Every jiva is programmed. He carries the seed of Ishwaratva in him. Every jiva, every soul carries every jiva, every soul carries the program of Ishwaratva. First, decide to take responsibility for your life fit into the shoes of your responsibility about life. Second, bring completion about it. That is the major thing, bringing completion about it. Please listen. Anywhere you do not bring completion for the responsibility you have taken, you may be dragging, never winning. If you see everywhere the victory, you are bringing completion to what you took as responsibility. Responsibility, if it invokes incompletion in you, you will be a worker forever. Never the ishwaratuva manifests, whether it is your public life, personal life, secret life, economic life, social life, spiritual life, every dimension and aspects of you. The completion with which you assume your responsibility brings victory. Ishwaratuva. Listen. Every time you taste victory, Ishwaratuva blossoms in you, blooms in you. If you remember the lion and cub story, the lion is trying to push the meat into the mouth of the cub, because if the cub tastes the blood and meat, his opinion about himself changes. When his opinion about himself changes, lion does not need to train the cub for hunting. The moment he tastes the meat, he knows now he has to hunt. The moment you taste success, you know now you have to become leader. Understand, all do's and don'ts based training will never be successful only if your being shifts. If your cognitive shift happens, the training will be successful. As long as the cub believes he is a sheep, lion can go on be grooming the hair, teaching to roar, asking the cub, hey, from here you have to jump 7 steps where the prey is there, and you have to attack 3 inch, your teeth should go deep into the neck of the prey. 5-inch skin you have to tear, and first you have to remove the heart so that the prey dies. Science will not work. Understand? Till the cognitive shift happens, no science can train you. The moment lion makes the cub taste the blood and meat, now the cub knows, hey, I am lion. So now my ambitions, the powers I need to manifest, the body language I need to express, the way I need to carry myself, the responsibility I need to have, the way I need to hold myself, the way I need to project myself to others, the way I function, operate, the way I exist, whole thing has to be different. Whole thing has to be different. I can't go on as sheep. Listen. Yes, when the cub becomes a real lion, it misses cozy, protected ambience of the sheep and that sweet, tasty grass in the early morning. Yes, the lion, the cub may not have grass to eat, but it will never miss. If it is missing, still the trace of sheep is there in the cub. Look into your life wherever you are missing, because you took the responsibility of your purpose of existence. In all those places, you have not taken responsibility. You have not brought completion. Listen. If the cub realizes its life is lion and it is complete about not missing the grass, it will manifest the ishwaratuva, the power of being a leader. I tell you, at least for your life, be Ishwara. At least for yourself, be Ishwara. You may not be Ishwara for the whole world. At least for yourself, be Ishwara. That only will bring completion. Whether it is small or big. Only if you make decisions for yourself, you will be complete. And you making decision for yourself should happen from the space of you fitting into the shoes of your responsibility. You deciding to become responsible about your existence. Understand. You deciding to become responsible about your existence. You deciding to be complete about your responsibility. This too makes ishwaratva happen in you. Understand? Nothing. There is nothing to be achieved in the life other than living Sadashiva and making the world live Sadashiva. Everything else is simple waste of life. Waste of life. You are born deluded into the concept of money and you run, suddenly collapse. Whether you are successful in saving or not unsuccessful in saving, whether you had it or did not have it, both doesn't matter. You have not even done some good to somebody. Delusion covered by delusion. Understand? Money is great if you use it to fulfill your purpose, if you generate it to fulfill your purpose. But without a purpose of life, money, relationships, people, influence, everything is delusion. By its own existence, which does not bring power, is delusion. By its own existence, Svayamprakasha, which brings power is ishwaratuva. Understand, this is the scale. Sit and do the postmortem of your life. Till the last moment, whatever has happened is past. Sit and try to do postmortem of your life. What is the component of me which does not empower me by its very existence? What is the component of me which empowers me by its existence? Purpose always empowers you by its existence. Infrastructural support never empowers you by its existence. It can empower you only if it is added to the purpose. Purpose is the one, everything else is zeros. All zeros will have value when the purpose is added to it. Be responsible for your purpose of existence. Understand? Look brings beauty. Purpose brings personality. Look brings beauty. Purpose brings personality. Beauty can never be permanent component of your life. Personality can be the permanent component of your life. The relationships which are built because of your personality are the most stable, permanent, empowering relationships. The relationships which are built because of your look will collapse the moment look changes. Look changes every 24 hours. Forget about 24 hours. The distance changes look. From distant looks, just the reduction in the distance takes away the look. So all look-based relationships, look-based decisions will bring powerlessness and instability into your existence. That is choice. Listen. All these words understand. Choices, multiple choices, look-based decisions, unstable relationships. All these words, somehow it will be connected. Infrastructure without purpose, influence without purpose, money without reason, all this can go on stealing your life because it is delusion. It will show as if you have something, but you don't have. You don't have. Purpose. 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 Responsibility for your purpose that empowers you. I tell you, next secret. All this delusion, the Maya, has no life. Purpose and responsibility for the purpose as life. If the life starts happening, all this just follows you. If the life starts happening, all this just follows you. Because matter has to follow life. It's a law of life. Matter has to follow life. It's law of life. if you have found your purpose and you decide to take the responsibility for your purpose, matter, material, has to follow you. It's a law of life. Dhyanapitham is not its money or infrastructure, its purpose. I have a purpose and I have a right to exist to fulfill my purpose. If this hall is there, I'll be sitting in the throne and doing what I am doing. If it is not there, I'll sit in the platform and continue to do what I am doing. I have a purpose and I am taking responsibility for it. How much we are relevant to our purpose and how much our purpose is relevant to the world makes somebody leader, not the wealth and the influence and the infrastructure accumulated. How much we are relevant to our purpose and how much the purpose is relevant to the world, that makes somebody leader. That makes you Ishwara. That makes you ishwaratuva, as your very bioenergy, your very biomemory. Understand? Neither multiple choices make freedom, nor your look makes your personality, or the infrastructure does not make you a leader. Ishwaratuva. You being the master of your life happens only by the responsibility you assume for your purpose of existence and the completion you carry about your purpose of existence and the responsibility you assume. Listen. It is your responsibility makes you a leader. It's your responsibility makes the power of ishwaratuva manifest in you. Neither infrastructure, nor the look, or the influence, or the relationships, or the multiple choices. No, they are all matter. Matter does not matter in real matter. Matter does not matter. It is the purpose of existence and your responsibility towards it. Your responsibility for it, that matters. Understand? When you feel responsible and you are complete about your responsibility, the way you manifest powers, you yourself will feel like miracles are happening around you. Cub, which tastes the meat and decides that is a lion, no more a sheep. When he looks back, he feels, wow, 2 days before I was sheep. Only last 2 days I am lion. So much is manifesting through me. It must be a great miracle. I think my Guru lion must be God. Yes, Guru Lion is God. Understand, the biggest miracle he caused is shift in the cognition, not the training. Shift in the cognition is the biggest miracle. So catch the shift in the cognition means deciding to stand up for the purpose of your existence. Understand, for all the jivas, if you are in the human body, male, female, gay, lesbian, all the 11 gender, the purpose is only one: living Sadashiva and making people live Sadashiva. Living Sadashiva and making people live Sadashiva. Breathe Sadashiva. Make people breathe Sadashiva. Manifest Sadashiva. Make others manifest Sadashiva. The responsibility you take for purpose of your existence makes you manifest ishwaratuva. That makes you manifest ishwaratuva. Essence. Let every part of you, your words, your thinking, your emotional currents, your cognition, your muscle memory, your biomemory, your everything, your everything. Let it be aligned. Let it breathe and live. Your purpose of existence responsibly, with completion, manifesting ishwaratuva. This is the essence, most sacred, secret science of living Shuddhadvaita. The sacred, secret science of living Shuddhadvaita. Fortunately, it is sacred. Unfortunately, secret. In reality, it is science. Fortunately, it is sacred. Unfortunately, secret. In reality, it is a science. Live Shuddhadvaita. I wanted all the living Shuddhadvaita participants to do this assignment. What all the decisions you made just to retain choices and foolishly you missed fitting yourself into the responsibility of your purpose many times. The small, cute pleasures, small, cute pleasures, take away you fitting yourself into the responsibility and purpose of your life. How many times you missed it? Look in, analyze, complete, decide to take the responsibility of your life's purpose and live it completely with completion. You will manifest ishwaratva. You will manifest ishwaratva. It's like one fellow came and told, he really wants to take sannyas and live this life of being a spiritual leader, but he can't give up his genes. I said, okay, if that is your, genes is a choice. If that is your life, that is your purpose, then rot like a genes. Or if you are going to stand up for your purpose and be complete about some choices you may not need for your purpose, you will manifest ishwaratva. Or go on holding to your gunny bag, colored gunny bag. That's what I call it. You should not use two decent words. Colored gunny bag. Hold on to the colored gunny bag. In my hometown, Siddha used to be there, very famous master. The gunny bag Swami they used to call, because he will wear all the time gunny bag. Now I am seeing thousands of gunny bag Swamis. Colored gunny bag. Used to be called as Saku Swami, because he will wear the gunny bag all the time. So now I am seeing a lot of colored gunny bags. You see, when you choose the purpose of your existence and responsibility, naturally some choices need to be redundant, irrelevant, and being complete about it, being complete about your responsibility, manifest ishwaratva. That is the methodology to manifest ishwaratva in any existence. In any existence, whether your existence of social life, social leader, political leader, spiritual leader, religious leader, or in your personal life as a father, mother, brother, sister, head of the family, or in your secret life, your relationships, thought currents, joy, pain, right, wrong, good, bad, everywhere. Fitting yourself into your responsibility with completion manifests the power of ishwaratva. That manifests the power of ishwaratva. So all the Suddhadvaitam participants who are sitting with us all over the world, do your assignment. The assignment is projected now in the screen. What all the decisions you made, project it. What all the decisions you made just to retain choices and foolishly missed fitting yourself into the responsibility of your purpose. Many times the small, cute pleasures take away you fitting yourself into the responsibility and the purpose of your life. How many times you missed it? Look in, analyze, complete. Decide to take the responsibility of your life's purpose. Live it completely with completion. You will manifest ishwaratuva. You will manifest ishwaratuva. Please do this assignment. So today's Facebook status for all of you, the essence of satsang is freedom, not choices. Personality, not the look. Responsibility, and not stupid, cute pleasures. Right, not the pleasant. So this is the Facebook status for all of you. Today we have a long day. Tomorrow we have Ganesh Chaturthi, the appearance of Mahaganapati. We will be celebrating. We have Rathotsava in Bangalore Adinam. And today we have the Karaseva under the banyan tree. Every week Sunday, all the Adinavasis, Palasans are going to spend whole day with me. Every Sunday I have decided I will make myself available. All the Adinavasis. Today holiday for all the departments and the Gurukul, all the Balasans and all the Adinavasis. We will be having Karseva under the banyan tree. Means we will clean up the banyan tree area for all of us to sit and meditate. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Parayantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Twitter Live, Facebook Live and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. Let me enter into the deeper sciences of creating space. Yesterday I was giving an explanation. The example, state is the bow. The action of putting the arrow on the string and pulling it back is creating space and releasing it to go and manifest the reality you want is manifesting powers. Understand? In Hindu tradition, archery was never all about aiming an object or killing an object or attacking an object. It was very primary. Even if you want water, Bhishma in his deathbed wants Ganga water to quench his thirst. Nobody is running with a pot or a vessel, sombu or bucket. Immediately Arjuna picks up the bow, calls for Varunastra, and water comes up. So understand, in Hindu tradition, archery has a different purpose. It's called Dhanurvidya. I'm actually looking out for somebody who will spend their time so I can manifest this whole Dhanurvidya through them. No, still I have not found the right person. Maybe I'll evolve from my Gurukul itself. Understand, Dhanur Vidya does not need Dhanur. Only in the initial level you need to have the bow, string, arrow, all that physically. Once you master the science, none of that is physically touched. If you are a regular satsangis, many of my gestures and sounds, many concepts, I don't need to utter a word. You know what I am saying? Same way in Dhanurvidya, Cosmos understands what you are gesturing. Immediately Cosmos responds. Just like regular satsangis, Nitya Satsangis are already in tune with what I am trying to convey. See, only in those moments that Sami Unnada happens. Actually, if you listen to that word Sami Unnada, no meaning. Because 99.99% has happened through the body language transmission. Understand? In body language transmission ability is romance. Romance means both of you are able to convey through your body language the innermost corners of your heart to each other. Understand, everything else is lust, not romance. Relationship is totally different from sexual exchanges. Understand? Romance is the foundation of relationship, not sexual exchange. That whole Sami Unnada movement is extraordinary romance, where he is able to convey the highest Vedantic truth in such an ordinary colloquial village term, which does not have any meaning if it is taken out from that scene. Like Tattvamasi Svedakedo, Tattvamasi. When Master uttered that word, Tattvamasi, immediately Svedaketu became enlightened. From that time, in every Veda Patashala, every Acharya, I don't know how many thousand times they are uttering Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. understand, there is so much snow in the Himalayas, so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes the sacred Ganga. Not all. There is so much ice, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There is so much of Sadashiva, understand? The raw material, the source material, Sadashiva, is everywhere. But the raw material which decides to melt down and flow as Shakti only manifests in you as power. There is so much ice in the Himalayas, but the ice which decides to melt and flow only becomes sacred Ganga. There is so much of raw material, Sadashivatva, in all of us, but only the raw material which decides to melt, the Sadashiva which decides to melt and flow only manifests as powers, which decides to melt and only manifests as Shaktis. Like sun creates the Vatavarana for the ice to melt and flow, understand? Sun itself does not melt, then all the ice should have melted? No. Sun creates the Vatavarana. So any ice which wants to melt can come up and melt and flow. Sun itself cannot melt all the ice. Even after the sun comes, you decide not to melt and hide somewhere, you can't be melted. Sun only creates the Vatavarana for you to melt. Same way, the Vatavarana, the Sadashivatva in you to melt and flow, manifest as Shaktis, is responsibility. Understand? When Sadashiva takes responsibility, he flows as Shakti. In all of us, Sadashiva is there. But in which form? Morning, the great asana you like, Savasana? In that form. Only when the responsibility sun rises and you decide to take the responsibility, the Vatavarana, the ambience of responsibility, decision to be responsible, melts that Shava and flows as Shakti, makes you Shiva. Understand? It is Ganga makes Himalaya great. If the Ganga does not flow to the plains, we don't care about Himalayas. Even the Himalayas has how many billion tons of ice? Who cares? Poles have 100 times more ice than the Himalayas. But who cares? Because Ganga is not flowing from poles. North Pole and South Pole has million times more ice than the Himalayas. But why Himalayas is revered, respected, worshipped? Because it flows as Ganga. Even if you have million times more ice and you don't flow as Ganga, nobody will care. It is Ganga makes Himalaya sacred. Understand? If you flow as Shakti, that makes your Sadashivatva sacred. You are as much as Sadashiva as me. The only difference is I have created the ambience of responsibility and melt myself and flow as Shakti. When I flow as Shakti, because of the Ganga, understand, Himalayas is respected. You are like a North Pole and South Pole. North Pole and South Pole is like Shiva. Yes, they have raw material to be Shiva, but only when they melt and flow as Ganga, they will be Sadashiva. Till then, they are only in Shavasana. You being in Savasana, used to whom? Listen. Responsibility is the ambience in which you can melt and flow. I tell you, every opportunity in the Sangha is to melt yourself and flow as Shakti. Every opportunity is to melt and flow as Shakti. People who flow for the sake of electronic zeros in your bank computer reach the same place after your death. Gupera Loka. In Gupera Loka, the only work you have is there will be huge gold mountains and huge diamond mountains. You will be sitting as a god, Yaksha. This mountain is mine. This mountain behind me, mine. What is the use? Whoever comes that say, hey, come here. Do you see? See others' mountains? Mine is 3 inches taller. 3 inch means calculate length, breadth, depth. So much diamond. That fellow, poor sadhu, he doesn't understand. Diamond means what? We can make a begging bowl for me in that. Because he knows only one thing, that begging bowl, Thiruvodu. Enna Sami, vayarangra. Thiruvodu panna mudiyuma adula? அதுக்கு இந்த யக்ஷன் அடப்பிக்காளி பயலே, திருவோடு பண்ண முடியுமான்னு கேட்டிய, மானத்தை வாங்கிட்டியாடா. இதில் ஒரு கட்டி எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் ஊருக்குள்ளே விற்றினா மார்க்கெட்டில் இருக்கிற பணத்தை வச்சுல காலமெல்லாம் ஜென்மமெல்லாம் சாப்பிடலாம் பேடா. சாமி, நீ கட்டியை விற்கிறதுக்கு மார்க்கெட் போகணும், நான் பிச்சை எடுக்கிறதுக்கு மார்க்கெட் போகணும். 2 பேரும் மார்க்கெட் போனால் தான் லைஃப். அட இங்கே ஏன்டா உட்காந்து காலத்தை வேஸ்ட் பண்ணுற, வாடா மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு போகலாம். கட்டியை விற்கணும்னாலும் பிச்சை எடுக்கணும்னாலும் மார்க்கெட்டுக்கு தான் போய் ஆகணும். அப்போ whether you want to realize the value of the diamond or you want to beg, both have to reach the world. Both need to take the responsibility. So even wealth is wealth only if you take responsibility to make it current. Yaksha is not Lakshmi. Kubera is not Lakshmi. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara borrowing from Kubera for his marriage is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making reserve to reserve. Understand? He is making the reserve to reserve. Dam has no use if you can't produce current out of it and reach it to people. It's an amazing truth. There's a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Arey, don't you understand? It is an amazing truth. Fellow who has a Lakshmi on his chest need to borrow from Kubera. It's one of the important truth revealed. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. And the story ends with a beautiful line. Till the end of Kali Yuga, he will be paying only the interest. In the end of the Kali Yuga only, he will pay the whole capital. If he pays the capital, the current will stop, the economy will stop, whole thing will become part of the reserve, and life is over. Understand? Responsibility makes reserve into current. All the great things standing today are not because of the wealth those owners had, reserve those owners had. No. Many kings had more reserve than Rajaraja. But whatever is standing on the planet Earth now, declaring their name and glory, is not the reserve they had, but the responsibility they took. There were many more kings in the history who had 100 times more reserve and resources than Rajaraja. It is not the reserve and resources you have will be celebrated. The responsibility you took only will be celebrated. Stupid are those who work for yaksha, dead economy. The danger of dead economy is always Ravana will capture it. Ravana captured the whole, just like that in one declaration, he captured the whole thing from Kubera and made Kubera pauper. Listen carefully. Responsibility makes you current living rich. Not the so-called resources. From the beginning, I want my Balasans to know, in your advent on the planet Earth, the responsibility you take matters here or in other planes, not the dead zeros in your bank computer. It is not even a zeros in a paper. In those days, there used to be a passbook. So in that book, the zeros will be there. Now it is not even that. It is only the computer generated numerical zeros. That is why in somebody's account, suddenly sometime few hundred crores appear and in somebody's account, everything disappears. Computerized numerical zeros swallowing your life, and that dictating what you should be doing, how you should be living, is being a slave of not even knowing to whom you are a slave. I tell you, even if you know that you are slave to somebody, it is Maya, and being a slave to something without even knowing to whom you are a slave is Maya matrix. Even if you are a dog, slave, held by your owner, I can say little decent. Because owner cannot hold all the dogs, he puts them all in a prison and you are there rotting. That is worse. Dog in the hands of the owner is at least under Maya. Dogs which are in the prison are in the Maya matrix. All of you are in Maya matrix. If you are working for electronic zeros in your bank account, understand the responsibility you take and how much of your Sadashivatva melts down and flows as Shaktis is your achievement in the universe. Because this melting and flowing will be useful for you whether you have the body or not. Understand? Learn to melt and become Shakti when you are young, when you are able, when your life is available, when you are bubbling, overflowing with life existence. Learn to flow, melt down before the fat settles around your waist. Learn to melt into Shakti before the fat settles around your waist. Before your mind cognizes tiredness and boredom by common collective misunderstandings. Understand? A great recipe for depression. No, the more and more of common collective life negative cognitions are eaten by you, common collective negative cognitions, you become old. Old means common collective negative cognitions becoming part of you. Is you becoming old? There is always a big riot goes on in our Sangha. Who is old and who is young? Somebody claiming, I am your younger sister, and somebody claiming, I am your younger brother. 45 claims, I am your younger sister, and 95 claims, I am your younger brother. And 85 claims, no, still I am not born. நான் இன்னும் பிறக்கவே இல்லடா. No, there is a big riot going on. I wanted to finish this problem once for all. An answer. The depth of common collective life negative cognitions in you decides your age. I tell you, many common collective negative cognitions will be so freezing, you will not even feel like moving your hands and jumping. What is there to jump? What is there to celebrate? Fool, what is not there to celebrate? Stomach is full with his prasada, eyes are full with his form, heart is full with his love. What more is there not to celebrate? Let the depression be enjoyed by the atheists. Why are you guys asking for their lifestyle and their share? Don't steal from them. It is their property. Aparigraha. Don't steal depression from atheists. Atheists have not only first right, sole right over depression. You guys trying to grab his asteya, disturbing the vow of asteya. அப்படிலாம் திருடப்படாது. டிப்ரெஷன் அவா சொத்து, அதெல்லாம் தொடப்படாது. Don't try to steal depression from atheists. That is the only thing they are left with. They neither have Sadashiva, nor have incarnation of Sadashiva, or have a juicy incarnation of Sadashiva. Eating breakfast in the morning is different. Eating prasad in the morning is different. Prasada can be breakfast. Breakfast cannot become prasada. Prasada can be breakfast. Breakfast cannot become prasada. Understand? The depth of collective negative cognitions in you decides whether you are old or young. Alive, active, living. No complication, confusion, completion messages every day. I am completing with you, Swamiji. I am not doing this. I am not doing this. I am completing with you. Why don't you make it as a standard email and every night it automatically goes? There are many softwares, auto email softwares. Why don't you do that? Just only change the problem you created that day. If you read your completion emails, even you will feel sick. Reading everyone's completion emails and not feeling sick is the definition of incarnation. Listen. The complication, confusion, completion pattern is the permanent marks left in your consciousness as a symptom of old age. I'll repeat. Complicated, confused completion patterns are the permanent marks of the symptom you are old. The permanent wrinkles and shrinks, wrinkles left in your consciousness due to the old age. Life is filled. Stomach is filled with his prasada. Eyes are filled with his form. Heart is filled with his love. Ears are filled with his teachings. Mind is filled with his cognitions. Space is filled with his initiation. Life is filled with his bliss, his sannyasa. It is responsibility that makes Shava into Shakti, ultimately Shiva. The Vatavarana of responsibility makes Shaktipada happen in you and makes you Shiva. Understand? The horses in the army which runs in the front always wins and comes back. Which are in the behind and gets pulled, dies before even going to the war field. Horses in the army, which runs in the front, goes, wins, comes back. The horses which are behind, gets dragged and pulled, does not want to come, dies before even going to the war field. Are you going to be the horses in the front or in the beginning getting dragged, pulled? I tell you, life is Kurukshetra. If you decide to be responsible, you are the frontline horses. Go, conquer, win, achieve, be victorious, manifest Shaktis. Or be there getting dragged. Naturally, rope is in the neck. Pulled, dragged. Death before even reaching the warfield. Unit of life is responsibility. Based on the responsibility you cognize, powers are manifested in you. Understand? Not the cheating. In responsibility also you have an inner image responsibility separate, outer image responsibility separate. Outer image responsibilities, everyone should become Sadashivatva. Inner image responsibility, let's have a big beach house and vacation house and sleep. Taking rest is a preventive method to stop being affected by the disease of chronic fatigue. So before the tiredness disease attacks me, let me take preventive measurement of taking rest. Why are you sleeping whole day? Tiredness disease may come to me. What will happen? Let me take rest and stop tiredness coming to me. Tongue filled with his name and nose filled with his smell, skin filled with his hug. Emotions filled with emotions. Nyasa means purifying. That is why Anganyasa, Karanyasa. Sannyasa means purifying everything. Sarvanyasa is sannyasa. You invoke the sacred sounds to purify the kara and anga, hands and parts of your body. You need to invoke the divine itself to purify everything. Your will filled with his responsibility. Third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision. Third eye filled with his vision. Two eyes filled with his vision, third eye filled with his vision. Understand? Essence of today's satsang. Responsibility makes Shava into Sheva. When Shava flows as Shakti, it becomes Sheva. Flow as Shakti is the hashtag for today's satsang. And put the satsang's essence and with the hashtag flow as Shakti, tag me. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world, Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Kailasa TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Naina Diksha. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I am building the conscious blueprint of Kailas, the energy blueprint of Kailas. Listen carefully. This energy blueprint of Kailas is beautifully coming up. I'll reveal some of the sacred secrets on how this energy blueprint of Kailasa is getting built. If you just even understand this, you will know how to build your life. The energy blueprint of your life. The first statement I wanted to make: do not allow brokers. Nobody can brokerage, nobody can be broker between you and life. When I say do not allow brokers, do not try to put the responsibility for life on anybody. Don't say, my uncle is responsible for my pattern. My mama is responsible for my depression. My great-grandfather's great-grandmother's great-grandsister is responsible. Why I am all the time loose. My aunt's, uncle's, sister's, brother's grandson is responsible. Why I always have a mental breakdown. No. First thing, you need to build what you want to build. Energy blueprint of Kailasa. The way I am building. I'll reveal the signs to you. You can, even by understanding, you will start building your life. We all may say, oh, you are telling all the time. We are responsible, we are responsible. That is true, but how to solve the problem? Understand, I am telling you one important sacred secret.
even if you know you are responsible, listen carefully. This is the main truth. See, you know you are responsible, but you don't know the solution. Don't worry. Again and again, remember you are responsible. Then while living, you will crack all the problems and you will not create more problems. The new future you build will be such highly powerful. Understand, I am telling you the sacred secret. I'll spell it more clearly, precisely. Even if you are not able to find solution, don't escape from the reality. You are responsible. Because the cognition you are responsible makes you give birth to your life absolutely new. It actually makes you dvija, newborn, reborn. Whether in your health, wealth, relationships, life, when you decide not to escape from the reality, you are responsible. Even if you don't find the solution for the problems for which you are responsible. I tell you. It's like you are in this delusion. Which medicine will get me out of this disease and delusion? Even when you are in that desperate mood, even in the worst desperation, do not try to escape from the reality. You are responsible. I tell you. I really tell you. Sometimes when you feel you are responsible for your life, you feel so heavy, depressed, dull, almost like a collapsing. Don't worry. But don't try to escape from the reality you are responsible. Even if you do not find immediate solution, sit with that load. You are responsible. Yes. Don't allow any broker. Don't allow any middle person between you and life. Listen. Don't allow middle person. Don't allow middlemen. Sit with the clarity. You are responsible. I tell you. In the beginning, when you see your life with the reality you are responsible, you may feel loaded, suffocated, tense, frustrated, guilt, all powerlessness. But sit with the reality. Don't escape from the reality. When you start sitting with the reality, I tell you, that same cognition, I am responsible for my life. That same cognition, instead of putting you in powerlessness, will become power. I tell you, the worst powerlessness of your life will become powers. Life is all about strategizing with yourself. Please understand. stop politicking with yourself. Start strategizing with yourself. If you, please understand, if you are constantly playing politics with people, you will start politicking with yourself. That is why whenever these Rakshasas, demons, devils, evil women, when they try to attack me, I don't do anything. I just keep quiet. Because I know the principle of life, law of life. When somebody does politics constantly with others, they do politics with themselves and die, destroy themselves. Do not do politics. Strategizing happens in your life if you remember, cognize, you are responsible for your life. Politicking happens if you think somebody else is responsible for your life. And whoever thinks others are responsible for your life never win in life. You try to destroy others, but you finally destroy yourself. That is the truth. Understand, ultimate principles don't change in any situation. When these Rakshasi, try to attack me, I just keep quiet. Why, any person who does politics naturally will do politics within them and destroy themselves. If you think and cognize you are responsible for your life, you will start strategizing for your life. Everything will become powerfulness and power in your life. If you think others are responsible in your life, others are responsible for your life, if you try to make others as brokers between you and life, I'm mentally broken because of that person, this person. He cheated, he exploited, he brainwashed. One good thing, no court accepts this theory of brainwashing, that many people, to escape from the crimes they committed, they try to put up the show that they are brainwashed. Courts don't accept it. We already saw in US court, somebody was trying to claim they are brainwashed, and court has very clearly said no. They have done all the psychological tests and everything, said this person is not brainwashed. This person is responsible for their actions. Understand? It is a cunning political stand people try to take by putting the blame on others. And you need to know very clearly, whenever you politic by putting the blame on others, abusing others, making others responsible, not only you become powerless and you destroy yourself. Listen to this great truth. These truths doesn't change. These are the ultimate reality. Now, when I am building the energy blueprint of Kailasa, these are the fundamental basic truths on which the energy blueprint of Kailasa is getting built. So I want all of you to know, If you understand these fundamentals inside you, your life will be so beautiful. That is why in Hindu tradition, not only we say there are multiple births and deaths. You take again and again another body, another body, another body. Even while you are inside one body, you can have multiple births and deaths. Understand that. That is the beauty of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It reveals all the secrets of life to you. Not only when you drop the body, you pick up another body. That physical birth and death, that is separate. Even while you are inside one body, you have multiple deaths and births. Absolutely. Within 90 days, I can show you completely. You can be new being. Just if you understand. If you understand these basic truths, don't escape from the reality. Actually, if you know the reality, you can be very playful. Life can be ecstatic. And you will build the best conscious energy blueprint for yourself that will make you so powerful. You will build an amazing being for yourself. I tell you. Just this 3 months. Try not to escape from the reality. You are responsible for your life. Any situation, anything comes. Be very clear. You are responsible for your life. No one else is responsible. Build it very consciously, precisely, stably. And I tell you, whenever you decide to hold powerful cognitions in your life, so much of energy support you will get from Paramashiva. Energy incentives, energy bonus you get from Paramashiva is power manifestation. Whenever you decide to manifest powerful cognitions, the energy incentive you get is power manifestation. Like Kandamata. The moment she comes to my presence, she becomes hyperactive. You take her out of that Rajya Sabha where I am giving the satsang, she will settle down. But you bring her to the satsang, she will become hyperactive because she is getting that intense energy incentive now. She will become hyperactive. She doesn't know what to do with all the energy. I tell you, if you want to be playing around in your life like Kandamata, decide only one thing. Stop politicking. Stop escaping from the reality. You are responsible for your life, you will see suddenly the whole powerful cognition becomes powers and start strategizing. Extremely powerful. Strategize. Every time you digest, digest the truths, powerful cognition, the way life transforms, you will suddenly feel life is becoming like new birth. It's a new birth. I want you to sit and contemplate just for a few minutes without feeling suffocated or loaded. Just remember you are responsible for your life. Yes. Now I want you to enter into power manifestation session. As I told you earlier, every day I myself will guide into power manifestation. Today, the powerful cognition I want all of you to meditate on, manifest powers, is be unclutched. Intense unclutching. I wanted to work on unclutching for 1 or 2 more days with you all, because that can make you manifest so many powers. See, I tell you, unclutching is like a conscious shaft in you. The pure conscious shaft, your kundalini gets awakened with unclutching. Unclutching. When you decide not to engage, entertain with absolute pure consciousness. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. When you decide not to engage, entertain with your thought process, the absolute pure consciousness wakes up. Just decide to be unclutched and sit. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Decide to be unclutched. Don't create, maintain, destroy, fight, engage with thoughts, thinking process in you. Do not create, do not maintain, do not fight, do not destroy, do not try to engage, do not try to do anything with the inner thinking process. Just be unclutched. With this unclutched space, you will manifest all the powers intensely. I also have a great news for you guys that we are going to be starting one more Adinam in Sirgari. Understand? Earlier there were 18 Adinams, very popular. In that 18, some were completely destroyed. Now nobody even knows where they existed. We are trying to track those Adinams which completely got destroyed. Neither building is there, nor the monastery, nothing is remaining. We are trying to track all those places and revive those Adinams. Same way, many sampradayas like Kashmiri Saivism, many sampradayas which got completely destroyed, we are trying to track back and recreate a new monastery, new temple with new deities, a new library, new everything to revive the ancient tradition. So, soon you will have a lot of good news. In many places we will be reviving those traditions and monasteries, enlightenment ecosystem. I also wanted to tell everyone very clearly, I am creating new deities. Absolutely new, fresh deities, and installing new temples. Reviving the enlightenment ecosystem. தெளிவா சொல்லிடுறேன். அழிந்து போய்விட்ட, முழுமையாக அழிந்து போய்விட்ட ஆதீனங்கள், ஞான சம்பிரதாயங்கள், இவைகளை புனரமைப்பதற்காக அந்த இடங்களை தேடி புதிய விக்கிரகங்களை செய்து, புதிய ஆலயங்கள் அமைத்து, புதிய சந்நியாச பரம்பரையை உருவாக்கி, புதிய நூலகங்கள், ஞானாலயங்கள் அமைத்து, மிகப் பழமையான இந்த ஞான சம்பிரதாயத்தை புனரமைக்கின்ற செயலை பல இடங்களிலும் செய்ய துவங்கிவிட்டேன். எங்கெல்லாம் ஆதீனங்கள் அழிந்து விட்டனவோ அந்த இடங்களில் மட்டும் உடனடியாக இந்த திருப்பணிகளை செய்ய துவங்கியிருக்கின்றோம். பல இடங்களில் ஆதீனங்கள் எங்கு இருந்தன என்கின்ற சுவடே தெரியாமல் முழுமையாக அழிந்து போய்விட்டிருக்கின்றது. அவைகளை, அந்த இடங்களை தேடி கண்டுபிடித்து புதிய ஆலயம் செய்து, புதிய விக்கிரகங்கள் அமைத்து, புதிய சந்நியாச சம்பிரதாயத்தை உருவாக்கி, ஆனால் பழைய ஆன்மீக ஞான பரம்பரையை புனரமைக்கின்ற செயலை செய்யும் பொறுப்பை ஏற்றிருக்கின்றோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. விக்கிரகங்கள் புதியது, கோவில் புதியது, சந்நியாச சம்பிரதாயம் புதியது. ஆனால் ஞானம் மிகப் பழையது. மிகப் பழையதான இந்த சிவஞானத்தை மலர வைக்க எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் ஆதீனங்கள் இருந்து அழிந்து விட்டனவோ அந்த இடங்களிலெல்லாம், மற்றும் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் பெரிய ஞான பரம்பரை, ஞான சம்பிரதாயம், ஞான சர்வஞ பீடங்கள், இந்து மதத்தின் சம்பிரதாயங்கள் இருந்தனவோ அங்கெல்லாம் அவைகளை மீண்டும் புனரமைப்பதற்கான பெரும் பணியை துவங்கியிருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவனின் பேரருளால் இதை செய்தே தீருவோம். பரமசிவன் பராசக்தியின் பேரருளால் இதை செய்தே தீருவோம். I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
யாவையும் துடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் துடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். அவன் கருணை மழையில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். அவன் கருணை மழையில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். அவன் கருணை மழையில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான்.